Alrighty, I'm back. Let's make some enchanter spells. Let me make sure everything's good. Maybe do a wish list post. Alright. And analytics, sure, whatever. I don't need that up. Don't need that up. I need my character up. And let's look at my notes. Alright. So this is where we left off. Figuring out our spells for the enchanter. And so we can start with just the damage proc. Go to players here. And we're going to do, I think that will do, let me think. Which R do I want the damage proc at? I think I kind of want the damage proc kind of low. So we'll put it at R1. So enchant weapons. Proc enchant weapon. And we don't necessarily need this here. I'm just going to change it up. And then do we actually have my own stat change for this? I don't believe I do. Stat change proc. This is going to be an instant, and 1-to-1 is fine. These to 0-0-0. Value 1-to-1. Resource health current. I could potentially ignore power. I probably should do ignore power. And make these flat values. Maybe not. Let's not ignore power for now. Again, no, it's not necessarily, I don't necessarily need to do this, but anyways. Okay, it's instant, negative, enemy, nature. Nature we can do physical. for this one. And we don't need that. To change proc enchant. That went off there. We can make the cooldown a little bit less though. The damage was pretty low there. So proc enchant weapon is now like a 20% chance to activate. A cooldown of 5 is probably fine. And because it's got a cooldown and it's got a low chance to proc, let's up the damage from like 5 to 10. Ignore power. I don't know why I wasn't increasing power there, but there goes. And then proc enchant weapon stat change proc. We want the VFX to be something different. We're going to do socket core. And we'll just do arcane maybe? Yeah, that seems fine. Scale. And then, oh, maybe I don't need the VFX here then. Let's clear that. And maybe it's just here I need it. And then location. Target actor socket maybe? Can I do that here? I forget. I don't think this works, if I remember right. For maybe it, I don't know. Let's try it. Target actor socket core. Oh, distro. Twitch is too much fun. I'm fairly tame in here, but catch me at the right time and moments I would be wild. Alright, let me switch this back to a full chance to proc. It's not going where I want it to go. Yeah, it's a, you know, it is a chill place, you know. All right, target actor, current. I don't think that's gonna change anything. Plus 100. Let's put this back to none, so it doesn't confuse anyone in the future. Alright, that's properly sparking there. Dink. Alright, maybe we get a decent sound effect for this. Let's try. Something small. Impact. I don't know if you guys can hear this or not. Maybe. Some of these won't be too bad. Like this one. Alright, let's duplicate this. We'll do enchant weapon. Okay. Random. And then modulator. And pitch min, we're going down to 1.9 and 1.10. Make sure these are set. And then, that's not the one I wanted. Volume, do like .2. Done with that. It's noticeable. I like it. So now the thing is, do I want to have, I guess to make it equal to some degree between weapons right now. Pets last 16 seconds at base right now. So I think I'm just going to leave it at a 100% chance to activate. And then maybe 5 would get 3 procs. Per pet. Or I make it like a 30% chance to activate. No cooldown. And then that gives a bit of a reason why your dual wielding pet is R3, because it maximizes the potential of your enchant weapons. It could also be part of the different enchanting. Like maybe different enchant weapons are better for different classes. That could be interesting. I feel like for these to work well, you kind of feel cheated if he doesn't proc right, and then you're like, why should I even spend the mana on it? So keep the longer. But then again, I do kind of like this idea of, so if we go into damage procs right now, so there could be what would be a, dual wield proc, which would be like more percent chance based. Two-hander proc, which maybe is cooldown based. And then what would be like a tank proc or a mage proc, you know. Let me think. So we could do a threat proc. That wouldn't be too terrible. That's kind of utility. That's cool. Dual wield proc is obviously percent chance based. Maybe we'll do like a 40% chance to proc it. And then two-hander and mage are kind of the same. Technically, procs only happen on auto attacks technically, so they don't happen on abilities. But they're kind of the same. But the mage does hit a little bit faster. And then the other thing is the actual enchant weapon. That's the proc enchant weapon. This guy is going to now last, we'll say like 5 minutes, 60 times 5. So let's go ahead and start. Maybe an R2 is the threat. All right, so I think I'm going to make a folder here because it's getting a little nutty. Enchant weapon. And we'll also need one for enchant armor. And now I don't think I have anything. Nope, don't. Okay, so let's get enchant armor. Move that here. Let's check out all my files. Enchant weapon. Move there. Proc enchant armor. Proc enchant weapon. Alright. So we're going to start with these. And then this has a stat change as well, which I'm going to move here. Let's keep them together. Alright, so now these, I'm going to copy these. Copy here. And copy here. But just for that whole thing I did yesterday with the critical, like that completely changed how I see my combat system. It started out as just something simple like, oh, the enchanter can't crit. Now we have to do something else. And now it's just like, holy shit, we just opened up a whole, we doubled the potential of our abilities. It's crazy. It's actually like, it's so, I feel like it's awesome. Not only is it like, there's a lot of depth to the game now with the combat system, and the fact that you could potentially have 48 abilities. It actually feels really cool when you like get a critical cast and you summon a badass, you know, a very much upgraded version of a you know, your enchanter pet. Like it has a great gameplay feel to it. Yeah, I'm stoked. Enchanter weapon. This is gonna be R2. Tune. Okay. Now we go to the kit. Enchant weapon R3. Go down here. This is R3. Stat change. Enchant weapon. Enchant weapons R3. Wait, what? Okay, stat change. Okay, this isn't. Where is this at? Oh, okay. Move this to here. Then copy this. Oh shit, did I just do it twice? So is there anything you can do that I can view from the front of my character while standing? There's anything you can do so I can view the front of my character while standing. You can left click and pan. Like do that. When you hold left click down, you get like a what's called mouse look. And that's the same thing as if you sit, you know, you get this. If you sit, you get mouse look. And if you hold left click down, you get pan. But then when you release it, it goes back to here. Yeah. And then if you really wanted to, you can hit, I think, F7, which turns on F8. F8 just turns it on permanently. I guess it turns it off if you attack or whatever. But yeah, you just left click and drag. I need a BRB for my kiddo. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Backity back. All right. All right. R2. R3. I want to put some music on. Um, Let me make sure it's playing. Good old essential mixes. There we go. All right. So I got those set up, and now you make sure the kit enchant weapon are 2, and R1's fine. And what next? So the kits are set. Let me step through this. So we have the kit, enchant weapon R2 is connected to the enchant weapons R2, which is then attached to proc weapon R2. Yeah, this is attached here, and this is attached here, and then the proc is R2. Just a couple data tables. 4 data tables, 1 ability. Ugh. Technically it's 2 abilities, but you know, you get the picture. The enchant itself, and then it's the proc itself. So it's technically 2 abilities. All right, now our R3, enchant weapons R3 is connected to. This needs to be. R3. This guy is attached to R3. And this guy is attached. Okay. So ours are now set up. So now I can change them freely. Now the critical ones are now not set up, but I might just, for now, reuse the. We'll see. go back to my planning. So what is R1? R1 enchant weapon is going to be which one? I'm also thinking of the flow of the enchanter. Like you're probably going to want... If you cast one pet, you know, you're obviously going to want to have a certain buff for that pet on R2, which you need to combo things. So, and technically enchant weapons is like, it's great on your pet and stuff, but it's really meant for your players, right? So you won't always be enchanting your pet, really. Like when you think about the procs and stuff, you may or may not use them. Well, but thinking. So, right now we have a damage proc. Oh, that's true too. I was going to do group buff procs on crit. That makes more sense. And then that makes it easy for me to just move on. And it buffs everyone in the area type thing. And so we're going to have a damage proc, a stagger proc, and then we need something else. The threat proc wouldn't make much sense to be AoE. I could do a D-threat proc. So you can put like a lower threat proc on a rogue or something. Misenchant all. Thinking. So I mean, the first two I want for sure are going to be a damage proc and a stagger proc. I think those ones are really solid. And that can really start to introduce stagger to the game. And that leads into a different, like, when I get to the warrior can start doing stagger mechanics as well. So those are for sure in. And so that's 4 of the 6 abilities done. So I just need one more. I could do the difference in damage. Now you put crit behind endgame content. Yeah. Like max level, then go back to level 1 to have crit. Yeah, right. That would cause a riot. It's like, what do you mean I don't get crit? This is bullshit. I'm gonna flip chairs. Yeah, so these are definitely in for now. I could do a difference of like a chance based proc has potential to do more damage over time versus a like burst proc that triggers every 60 seconds or something. Not that you can control it. And so like casting it once on a pet would be almost like nuking the target in some ways. But I don't like having 2 damage procs. I think it's a little bit less the other thing I need to make sure, this is another thing I'm going to have to figure out. I need these to overwrite each other. So I'm going to have overrides to only have like 1 proc buff. I mean, for now, I'll just let you have everything. But because they're shorter duration and stuff, and it's like something the enchanter has to keep up. So it'd be like, it's probably going to be too mana efficient to keep up every buff right now. So that's kind of like my play on that. A damage proc, a stagger proc. God, what's my last one? I could just do power. Make everyone have more power. The power buff's not terrible. That's just a stat boost. But these are like short duration. Yeah, I like that. I think that's what I'm going to do for now. Let's remove these. I'll just put enchanter notes. Enchant weapons. And then we're going to do, I think we're going to put the stagger buff as R1. Damage proc is R2. And then the power buff is R3 to be more expensive. Because it's more powerful. All right. Yeah. So let's go do that. So I think R2 is already copied over to be the damage proc. Which currently activate chance is 1. Cooldown is 0. I'll set it to 5 maybe. Or maybe we just do like a 3-second cooldown. But then maybe we really up the damage a bit more. Like I have 5 to 10. Let's do 15 to 25. Make it a bit stronger. And then we're going to make it so it's like maybe like a 40% chance to hit. And like 3-second cooldown. It's fine. Will healer have a way to recover players? Like what, a res? They already have a res. You just probably never had to. Oh, from stagger. We could probably. It's probably kind of an interesting idea to do like a stagger heal that removes stagger. You know, that could be a whole mechanic. Like I've always from the start, even like a year ago, I knew stagger was going to be a thing in Ruins of Tearyn, right? Because of positional and like you're kind of like, oh, you're seeing the stagger bar start to fill up. And then you're preparing your big crit spell for it, your R3 crit spell for it. At the time, it was just crit, but and then you're positioning yourself to the target to be at its weak point to be able to just lay down the hammer when it's staggered. And when they're staggered too, it's going to be threatless damage and healing. And so basically, their threat bar will be turned off for that duration, so you can go ham during stagger. All right. Next up. So R2 is stat, I believe. Let me just double check this. Yeah, so stagger is, I don't know if you'll ever have I mean, I like the idea of having stagger against players too. But yeah, basically it's like, it's kind of like Monster Hunter stuff, you know, like you keep hitting them, their bar fills up, and then, oh, they're weak for X amount of time. And that's when you kind of like lay out your burst. Okay, and then we chant. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Chant weapon. Burst. There it goes again. Cool. I kind of like that every other attack there. And then on here. I think I casted a different one, so it's a little bit less damage. Well, that's fine. Yeah, so that's good. So now enchant weapon R1 is going to be, so I need to create stagger as a stat. Like this ROT stagger. It's going to be rep notify. And we're going to have to add some stuff. Enum stat all. Stagger. All right, so now we got to do a few things. So I think so. These guys, I think it's just like a straight up stat, right? So it's pretty much just like I think I can go to all these. And let's find references to this. Let's go there. Modifies good. This we're going to get some standard. Return. We're going to set the stagger. We'll clamp it to, I don't know, 100. It should never go over 100, never go below 0. Get the value here. And we don't actually have to worry about the unclamped version of this. So I think that's good. Because as soon as this hits 100, other code's going to set it back down to 0. Oh, I should call for that. So let's make a bool, I think. I don't know if I should just use the stun. Let's just make a stagger. Stagger. And then, so if this is, when we set stagger, we need to get stagger plus the value. Oh wait, this is just set, so that's not right. I don't think. Yeah, no, this is setting. So I just want the value and set the stagger, that's fine. But if this value is greater than or equal to 100, if that's true, then we're going to instead set stagger to 0. We can go there. And then we can just do this. And if it's false, then we do this. And then this gets set to true. All right. We're going to need a function of some sort, like and this is timer by event. We'll say stagger is going to be a 5-second timer, custom. Then we just turn stagger off. And then we might do some unique stuff here. So if we go back to our modify, we're only going to modify if stagger is true. We're going to do nothing. So basically, we're never adding to stagger while they're staggered. And then this comes through here. It should just apply. It does the value. And we get the statistic. And then we do the change and stuff. And then we set. So that's fine. And so now we need to go to get. And stagger. I can put it both there. All right. And I can technically do this here too. Doubled up on that. That's cool. And then the base value is just always 0. If for some reason we ask that, but I'm just doing that to cover my bases. Stagger. Okay, that's whatever. This I changed up. And this is set. So we come through. I know this is a garbage mess right now. But I'm still in like build mode and not cleanup mode for the most part. So stagger comes through. We check if it's over 100. If it is, we turn stagger on. And we call stagger off. We set stagger to 0 in this case. If it's not greater than equal or greater to 100, we just set the value to whatever it is. That should be good. And now we need the stagger bar. So let's go to widget nameplate. All right, so I guess it's resources. This is where I put threat as well. I need to revamp this. Oh wait, I have a separate bar right now for threat, right? Threat meter. And I could just stick it in here instead. Yeah, I think that's probably the better thing to do, so they don't overlap at all. So let's get another canvas. This is 140 by 6. stagger. Stagger bars are usually like a grayish. I sort of like the idea of it in the teal category, soft teal. And then we'll go to our class settings, the threat meter, set stagger value. And we just need an input value. Set bar or set percent. It's going to be value divided by 100. And now when we go to the stat component, on rep stagger, we're going to do switch authority. And on remote, we're going to get, we're going to make this a call to the HUD. Player controller, get HUD. Oh, actually, this is not to the HUD. This is to the character itself. Let's get owner. And then shoot. Maybe I do the one that's a different widget. Because I need it to be different on enemies than shoot. Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to revert the threat meter. Okay. Yeah, that's back to normal. So yeah, I need a stagger bar. A new folder, widget, stagger meter. I will copy this. And this is all going to be renamed to stagger. And I don't think I need a percent based on it. I'm just gonna redo all this. Fuck it. Except I'm gonna keep, oh, it's text value. I don't even need that. Yeah, I don't need any of this. This is not even, I don't need that. No. Save. set stagger value. Okay. Value divided by 100. And yeah, so that's there. And so we're going to need a character interface now. So go back to, I think, character interface. And this is going to be ROT set, stagger update. With the value. And so now we're finally here on the remote. We're going to do stagger update to the owner with the stagger value. And now we can implement these separately. So we go to player, master. Update stagger. And I actually want this to be, let's make it actual like interface function. Keep things clean. And so now we're going to add a widget. And then on the stagger meter, I think we're also going to make sure there's no background image and it's transparent. And the fill, I think we can do fill from center. That'll be cool. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I like that. And we're going to do that kind of steel bluish color. But by default 0. And then even the fill image, We're going to do like .7. Make it a little bit transparent. And I guess players I don't really need to worry about right now too much, but AI master. Draw to their desired size, and pivots there. That's all fine, I think. And back to the component. So ROT stagger update. We're going to call stagger set stagger with the value. All right, I think that's going to work. And then let's go back to my level. I think I can test this now. So first up, let's check out the positioning on the widget real quick. So I'm going to put this to 100 just to see the positioning. Okay, it's there. But it's set to world. Back to AI master. All right, there's the sticker bar. And I'm gonna at some point I'm gonna have a pretty massive overhaul on like nameplates and potential debuffs and stuff and how they show. It's definitely gonna be a big UI UX overhaul. So it's showing now. Hello, Umbra. How you doing? It's been a while. Okay, and then back over to player classes. So now I can actually make the R1 weapon enchant. So let's start this off. We go here. What the? How do I not have a... Weird. How's that even showing? Oh. Weird. Okay. Yeah, it's going pretty well. We've like really figured out a lot of our class stuff. So this month I'm working on getting every class their abilities, and the system's kind of gotten kind of nutty because even though you have 8 buttons, you could have up to 48 abilities. And so you have your so like what I worked on yesterday was implementing critical hit for the enchanter. And so because they don't have an auto attack, their pet is their so-called auto attack. I was like, okay, well, the other classes get critical hit by every 5 auto attacks. They get a crit, right? And so that's supposed to be for you to plan your big damage move at the right time, in the right moment, in the right position. And so, okay, I had to do something different. So the enchanter, you rotate through your rotation ruins by every kind of like more of a combo-based system. Every spell, you increase your ruins. And then finally you get, you'll get your things will turn red here. I'll show you. And when they do, you get a critical hit, right? That's how it would normally work. And like on a warrior or rogue or whatever, you just your next attack would crit. But now it's turned into a critical cast or critical ability. And so now when I cast my pet, it's an upgraded, empowered pet. So I'm changing out the abilities based on if it's a crit or not a crit. So each ability, based on how the ruins rotate, you have an R1, R2, R3. But then you also have a crit R1, crit R2, crit R3. There's lots of, so as like an example, like I have 6 different pets on one button. I have a sword shield pet there, and now it's R2. And so now it becomes a marauder, so it's a 2-handed axe pet. And then R3 is a duelist, so it's like a 2-handed pet. And so it's like the R1's a tank pet, has better threat. R2 is kind of a hard-hitting 2-hander, but also does interrupts. It does 2 interrupts per life. So there's usability there. And then your last one is a fast-hitting damage pet that can kind of synergize the best with your enchant weapon spell. But then, like I showed you before, now I'm crit. And so before it was, 2 kind of scythe-looking swords. And R2 crit is an empowered marauder. And so now it's, instead of a 2-hand axe, it's a 2-hand mace. And so it's going to get really nutty on like potential combos between all different classes. And so I'm integrating a lot of things like R3s are supposed to be like time efficient versus an R1, which is like mana efficient. And so your R1, if you it's a long fight, you're probably using a lot of R1s to stay mana efficient. But if there's moments that are, so it's really cool, right? And I'm experimenting a lot with a lot of these things. I had to do a lot of yesterday I integrated the crit system, which was different and new, and then this time I'm had to do some more code to do enchant weapons, and so now I'm able to enchant my my pet with a proc. You can see it's like kind of procking there every time the spark goes off, and so I'm introducing procs now as well through buffs essentially, and so you can have potentially 3 different 6 different enchant weapon procs. And right now I am so how will these abilities be unlocked by level or ability tree or something like that? Unlock them between bosses like Pokemon's. Yeah, so I don't think you've seen the Registry of Chronicles, but we have Registry of Chronicles. So one of the things is you now get 1 ability per level. And that's why I'm kind of working on this, is I want every class this next playtest to have a full bars of abilities. And so that's obviously a lot, right? There could be 6 classes with 48 abilities potentially. Now some are going to be dumbed down a little bit. Like right now I'm having enchant weapons is a very short duration buff. And so the critical hit or the critical ability of enchant weapons is going to be a group, air effect group based version of that, but shorter duration. So we're going to tweak it like that a little bit and feel that out as I think about other cool ability ideas. And so that obviously means now everyone in your group has it, and it's a little more man efficient because you don't have to individually cast it and all these things. But the Registry of Chronicles is our whole system with merging questing and achievements together. And so instead of going out and getting a quest for killing 10 bears, you just go kill a bunch of bears, right? And you get bonus XP for all that. Right now it's only XP, but in the future it could be different abilities. Like a cleric could go kill 500 undead and get smite undead, like those things. And so this is a big part of that kind of progression system. And that's in addition to the future talent trees, skill graph, whatever I decide to do in the future. You'll eventually find spells and abilities through the world, through boss camping and things. So there might be a special boss, like maybe there might be, you might, like if there's a boss tab here, right? Killing Verovin might give some sort of dragon ability. Or maybe you get a dragon, maybe it drops the dragon pet sword, animate pet, dragon's weapon sword or something, I don't know. But the whole Registry of Chronicles is supposed to be like a class progression as well. So you're able to get certain abilities through. It's kind of like you can go camp something, and like you might have not been there for the camp system. Like we have all the like new loot and stuff through bosses in the world map, and you can actually camp different bosses for special loot, which will eventually all the special loot will be used in crafting. And then you can actually upgrade the camps as well. We have a whole new area too. You may have not seen as well. We have a whole newbie yard now. Which I can pull that up for a quick second. So I added this whole area here as a form of newbie yard. And so the other area is way over there, and you can teleport back and forth. It's also like a small optimization thing, because net relevancy, like everyone over here, will not be replicated to everyone over there. So it's like a small replication, optimization test on how we can break down levels. It breaks down levels into sections without requiring another server. But you start out over here in this little cave. It's like I'm trying to solve in the first 5 minutes, answer questions of like, is it an interesting art style? How's the movement feel? And then how's the combat feel? And so there's actually target dummies right here as well. Then you come out here, you kill a bunch of animals here, and you got to kind of move into camping packs of monsters in these different camps over here. This is like the crafting town, and there's crafting stations now that you have to go craft your stuff at. And exploration stuff is in, so you can go through here. It's like a little, mirror. Click the right mirror. You get teleported to the top. You get an achievement for exploring up there, and you get some XP and stuff. So a lot of our systems, like our core systems, are the Registry of Chronicles, the kind of camp map system, and then our kind of rotation ruin combat system is it's all kind of like flowing together. And so now I'm doubling down on the combat feeling for the class mechanics feeling for everything. And I can even show you, let me change my character to warrior. Let me see if this works real quick. Warrior. If I hit that. Yeah. All right. Here's another example too. because warriors is like the one class I did a little bit before. Now every class has their own locomotion. So they all have different run walk stuff. I basically was breaking down some of the Paragon characters and giving each class their own walk cycle. And then warriors, physical characters use stamina now too. And so if you look, and like I said before, as you auto attack, you rotate through your ruins for these classes. And so if I hit Q on R3, it's a double attack. But now if I wait for Q to go off cooldown, and do a R2Q, it's a slow swipe, and it gives it rend, or like a bleed. And so it's changing the animation, changing the attack, changing the gameplay feel. And so now it's a Q1 or R1. I'll go back to R1. And so now it's just like an extra threat attack. And so you're just by changing your ruins rotating through, you're changing up your attacks. And so the warrior also has the same thing for like, there's the big heavy attack for E. And then if I go E R1, it's a different attack. It does a snare. And then an E on R2. Big slam, and it becomes a stun. And then shift, interrupt through shield. It's got shield power. And so what ended up happening with the enchanter, and that's like my big threat, AoE threat generator right there. And then finally shift on R3. It's a damage mitigation buff type thing. So you can really play along, like it's limited buttons, but really opening up a lot of abilities to change and work with your class. And again, in the future, you'll be able to customize where you put certain abilities on your kind of rotation. And that's going to affect the mana cost, the power of it, and all these things. And then I upgraded the pole a little bit for the animation. And then the enrage is the same. The only thing that's changed in the rage is I took away the damage. It's just a power kind of spell now. But that was what I got in the last patch. And so now it's getting crazy because the critical hit stuff, I can change the ability completely if I want to. So before it was 3 abilities per button, giving you 24 abilities, and now it's 6 abilities per button, giving you upwards of 48 abilities. Now certain abilities will be, outside the so-called rotation stuff. Like you don't want to have a buff ability to have 3 rotations worth of things. That'd be a little bit weird. So there is that aspect. There's high scope for PvP and combo kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, PvP is not my focus at all, right? So keep that in mind. PvP is probably going to be like a battleground that is like almost its own game completely. With a little bit of obviously the same gameplay feel of the game itself. Because I am very, very PvE focused. But I have ideas that are the hamster wheels running for PvP. And I do think it would work really well. All right. So, the thing I'm working on now is on the set 1, we're doing enchant weapons, which then does, and we're going to name this. And let's just change the icon to something whatever. Now we go here. This is the passive itself, I believe. Oh, this is the stat change. Okay, so this is granting this guy, which is going to be called proc enchant weapon stagger. And I'll put like a shield or something here. Not that I need to, but it just helps. And we'll say like a 40% chance to activate. Have you designed the art yourself, like the icon? No. Everything is marketplace contents. The only thing that's like us is like obviously how we put together levels in a nice way, you know. GameDEVbeauty kind of established what the main worlds look like, and how we're kind of trying to combine those together. This is what I've been working on. I haven't touched it in months, but this is our character model I was playing around with to try and get some sort of unique aesthetic going on. Like we're trying to do elevated low poly, so we have like the outline going around the character, and then I was trying to do some actual definition of anatomy through the low poly aspect of stuff. So we're thinking about stuff, but again, we're just very gameplay focused. Like gameplay is king, and we're actively looking for funding. So if that happens, we're gonna have the budget for art, but we just want to prove it through gameplay right now. Okay, so back here, enchant weapon, and then stagger. Yeah. All right, this is going to be stagger, and now I need this back. Which gives the player the proc of 0.4% chance. We'll just set this to true at the moment, or 100%. And the value, okay, now we go all the way down, and we go to the value. The value is going to be a stagger. And then we'll do a value of, for now, we're going to do like a value of 25, just to test. Proc, weapon, stagger. What do you think about Godot? I mean, it seems like it's growing well. I know if there's obviously tons of hype around it, but at the same time, there's still things missing from a production standpoint. I know their 3D stuff is kind of like just up and coming. We all know, if you've been paying attention, like we know that Slay the Spire 2 was made through Godot. And so that's done extremely well. I think it still is like proven for 2D, like out of the wazoo. Like if you're a 2D game developer, like to actively think about using it. Outside of that, I haven't used it. I haven't touched it. I've never downloaded it, so I don't know how well it works with all that stuff. I'm so ingrained into the Unreal community and blueprints that I haven't even thought of a different engine because this is what I've learned. All right, so let's hit this, and then let's see if stagger bar just goes up. Let's see. I'm going to cast my pet. And then I have to go back to an R1. Okay. Did anything at all show here? Nope, that's not relevant. So it was proccing. Let's just add a breakpoint and see if we get there. I probably forgot a function somewhere. Pet. Sit. Okay. So we're starting with the stack component. I use it and can say very confidently that 3D stuff, and that has a very long way to go. And 2D light ray and particle system has some problems for me. I don't know about why it happened, but it got better. Yeah. So let's see what happens here. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's the upcoming engine, and if it's good, it's good. See what people are doing with it. There's a huge community around it. So stagger is not changing. Why is it not changing? So at some point back in like 2015, I think I maybe have tried Unity. I hated it. I tried Lumberyard, hated it. And right off the bat in 2015, like I started to dabble with blueprint code. And I was like, this is it. This is what's going to allow me to make games, because I was not any type of real programmer. I dabbled with like HTML, CS, and like JavaScript and stuff, but like it was very, very mediocre website stuff. And At the start, Unreal was hard. It just was. I didn't have a lot of good tutorials, and a lot of the tutorials I watched were like broken up and stuff. And so it was just through complete grind that I got through it all. Alright, so this is working. Apply. Okay. That's whatever. And yeah, I just stuck to blueprints, and I haven't had anything stop me since, so. Is it this one? No. Yeah, it's just getting the statistic. So that should be fine. So maybe it is just Did I set the wrong thing? So that's the proc. Oh, power. Maybe this is what it is. Unreal is the best in the market this time for user other than those in AAA companies. I mean, even AAA companies are adopting it now. I think it's like the biggest moment in history where their AAA companies are finally coming over. That's the whole thing of the new Witcher game and stuff is now being now using Unreal. A few companies have come out, and saying, okay, we give in. We're not, building our own engine anymore. We're making the conversion over from proprietary engines to from proprietary engines over to whatever it is, to Unreal Engine. And was it like Cyberpunk was built in Unreal? Like there's tons of Asian games that are built on Unreal. The Wukong game was built on Unreal. I mean, they're AA, but they're less. What am I missing here? Enchant weapon. Which casts this, which gives this proc. Let me change the appearance to make sure. It's casting the right one. Oh, subtract. I need to add. That's why. I played Grand Theft Auto like 1 and 2 and haven't touched them since. I'm not really, it's just not my type of game. All right, there we go. All right, so that's coming through, which goes to the AI master, which goes here. And then, I mean, I guess, are we hitting here? Thank you. Yeah. No, it's, I swear the combat system is like really coming together. My systems in general are feeling like that newbie yard we tested last month and obviously the month before it, and okay, not getting there. Oh, I know why. I make this mistake all the time. It's not the widget itself, it's get user widget object. I always seem to make that mistake. But that newbie yard, like the newbie yard, the camp system, and then the combat system is like, that is our core features right now. And so I'm trying to just polish everything, double down on those core features, and make it really apparent on how unique they are and how that brings the game feel out. And there it is. And so now I'm integrating stagger, which is another kind of component of another core mechanic in the game I wanted to get in. All right, so now this gets turned on or whatever on rep. All right, this guy. Once again, we can just do switch has authority. Get owner. Instance. Now I need to up. This might be annoying to do. Okay. ROT NMBP set stagger value, and I'll just put this as null. And so now I have to, unfortunately, open all my anim instances. Is starting game dev with the first project being an open world as an RPG bad? And if yes, how much time should we take hourly to learn UE5 to start open world RPG or simulator and a cartoon game? So I would probably say yes, with an asterisk. So in general, as a first project, it's kind of bad to do an open world project. So to clarify, that's intended to be like a profitable game. If you want to do it for learning, I would say there's no better way to learn than to like try and build, an RPG type game. There's a lot of moving factors there. But as a first project, there's going to be a lot of pain points with things, and it might be better to start off some tutorials that are out there. I think you were the one that, are you Arsibin? I forget. I think you did my course already. I can't remember. I have a course I made, Epic hired me to do. I'm not sure if you're aware. I think I told you already. If not, that's the course I made with a few other creators. And we did courses 5 through 8. Yeah, okay. I thought you did. Eating some candy, hold on. I have a couple of points here. Number one, in today's day, in this moment in time right now, so the industry's kind of always been about making the big game, right? The big, kind of more expensive, long hours to make, but also you get tons of playtime out of it. The industries have been heavily weighing towards those for a long time, which is why lots of indies that innovate on smaller games right now are ones that are making bank off those small games. And so the small games like the roguelites, like the slot machine roguelike, the dice roguelikes, these things, Balatro, Vampire Survivors, any type of game like, Peak, Friendslop. You can call them Friendslop if you want, but I don't think it's a derogatory term anymore, but I have, just so you know, like I'm building 3 games. I have my game that's like under 200K budget for a year. I have my game that's under 600K budget, or 6 to 700-ish budget. That would probably take 3 years. And then I have Ruins of Tearyn, which is probably like a $2+ million project over 5 years with a 5-person team, right? So you can take that approach, which is what I'm doing. I pick 3 different game types, push them forward a little bit of time. It's also like, what do you want to get funded? Are you looking for funding? Because if you want to get a game funded, picking certain game types as a solo dev is kind of, you're a little bit limited. so if it's just for educational, I'd say go for it, because it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of lessons you can learn, and there's no better way than to pick a game genre that has a lot of different moving parts, and you're going to learn a lot from it. If you're trying to be, successful from a business perspective and selling the game, I would say don't do like an open world RPG. I would say break your game down into stages. And so the first one is obviously open world RPG. Usually has some really good combat to it, right? And so my first advice is to make your combat system feel really good, and maybe make a roguelike out of that combat system. Can you do that? And sell that. And then your next game could take that same combat system, and maybe you're adding quests and things to it to make it more RPG. Or maybe you add story to it to make it more RPG. Like, think about building your big open world RPG. Maybe go for it. But maybe it's 4 games in one. And you have more shots at, success through business and things. And so you're just breaking it down in different ways of actually of building it, and trying to be actually create your own kind of job and business and company and things. So my initial advice is to look for small games to build right now, because they're just kind of like, you look at games like A Short Hike that was built in like 6 to 12 months or something, and it did pretty well. Vampire Survivors, those, survivor likes can be challenging. What is the skateboarding one? Whatever that is. I can't remember the name of it. But some of these developers are building these smaller projects, like Lethal Company. There's one that's similar to Lethal Company, and they're making bank because so much of the industry is so stuck on building the big, large thing. And it's probably better off thinking of trying to think of the small thing and seeing what you can do with that. Like I said, there's a trend of any type of gambling type thing into a roguelike is something. There's dice roguelikes, there's slot machine roguelikes, there is card game roguelikes. All those aspects of things. Yeah. But yeah, for you starting out, you have like there's just a huge opportunity that constantly gets left out for smaller games, and it doesn't matter what type of game it is. There's a huge opportunity for smaller games to make bank right now. And if you are looking for funding, as a first-time dev, getting anything that's not a small game funded is probably not likely. By the time you get your game to the point of even searching for funding, maybe the funding environment's in a better place. But I kind of expect the funding environment to be shit for the next like 2-3 years, to be honest. Which is why I have 3 different projects that I'm building, piece by piece, step by step to maybe one of them hits. Yeah. Okay. So Stagger is working. I now need to do on the animation blueprints now, which is a pain in the ass. Okay, so I have to open most of these, unfortunately. Senti Core, Spider, all these guys. I think that's all of them. So learning with an RPG game with tutorials and making some games that are low scale can help me in funding and all. Thanks for time. Yeah. Again, my biggest suggestion, if you're like super passionate about making your open world RPG, I would suggest thinking the thing for me always is like an RPG is the combat's probably really core to the game, right? And um, I would highly advise you to make just your combat feel really good. Um, if that's going to be like a really important core part of your game, and figure out a very small game you can make with just that combat. Um, whether it's a roguelike, whether it's something else that I'm not even thinking of, like um, roguelike's the obvious option right now because there's a lot of the thing that's great about roguelikes is that they're kind of consumable, and people that like those type of games, they'll play them, they'll consume them, and then they'll go on to the next one because they're not like super. They have a lot of replayability, but there's like a cap at some point. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna do stun for now. That's the easiest thing. Oh, I forgot to do something on a few of them. Okay, so this is a pain in the ass, but what can you do? Seen somewhere on Steam the highest sold genre is roguelike. Yeah, it's because it's so broad, right? And you have the casino roguelikes, you have the combat roguelikes, the Hades, um, and there's a lot of innovation in the genre too. So um, people are now making, like I think I saw a soccer card game roguelike or something. Could be wrong with that. And so, like, it's one of those things that roguelike is now more of like just a mechanic. It's like having combat in your game, right? So it's like a sport game with roguelike mechanics, but still tagged as roguelike. You know, it's like so it's kind of like that stat is a little bit inflated because there's a huge difference between a card game roguelike and um, a Vampire Survivors roguelike. Yeah, these are there's a lot of cool models we've used over the years that just like we like to look at them. And we've always kind of been kind of geared towards that medieval fantasy kind of era. So basically, if you're, I'm integrating stagger into the game, and obviously that also relates to like being stunned and stuff. And so I'm just piggybacking on the stun animation because obviously these are all placeholder assets, so I don't have the ability to integrate a um, stagger animation for everything. And so I'm just making them, since I've already integrated stun, I'm just doubling up that they will look stunned when they're staggered. Mm, 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 mm. Ah, ding, ka-ding, 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 ka-ding. The lovely stages of adding in an animation a variable that's very animated by everything, which means you gotta update everyone's uh, stat. How are we monetizing the game like Ruins of Tearyn? We are not at the moment. In the future, we would love to have a box price plus a subscription. In like the indie kind of space of things. So maybe like a $20 box price with a $5 to $8 a month subscription. That's our goal. You know, depending on potential in the future of. All right, that's good. And I think I had potentially these two. Let's check all these that were messed up. All right, this one's good. This one has it. This one also has it. Okay, maybe I didn't mess them up. All right. Okay, so now stagger's set up. So it'll notify the blueprint if they're staggered. Oh, this thing doesn't even have a stun. Yeah, that's a bad example to test on. Let's try this guy. All right, that didn't work. Let me just double check. The wolf. Okay. Maybe I didn't do it in the character yet. I probably didn't do it in the here. Yeah. Set stagger. And to true, or the value of stagger. And then we also need to go crowd control. There we go. Staggered. So when they're staggered, they can't do anything. Now I did notice, this is not set to loop. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. So these aren't set to loop. I have to check all these now. Pretty sure that one is. Um, do I need that on these? Maybe. I think we do need that. I'll try it with. All right, you're good. Okay. These don't have anything, so that's fine. We do. I think it's right beside the. There is pizzas in the freezer outside, though, if you want to make one. Okay. Yeah, I think it's by the rice maker. Sorry, I'm not really talking much while I kind of dig into these animation changes. So the other two games you're working on, are you streaming them too? And what is Vertical Third? No, I'm not streaming them at all. Vertical Third is my game architecture I made. And so prior to this, from 2019 to 2022, I made a giant game architecture. And I'm surprised I haven't linked you this. It kind of breaks down. I'll show you. This is this one video will actually help you in your journey, whether you use Vertical Third or not. But Vertical Third, I sell it on Fab. And, oh, I linked it to the wrong place. I sell that on Fab for $20 to start with. So it's like in the price range of students and stuff. And early beginners. And it is a massive game architecture. And we built it in mind with where we wanted to build a MMO in the future, right? Goes a little bit back to what I said about breaking your game into different products. And we not really intentionally did that, but it worked out in the way of, okay, well, we're building all these systems and tools. They seem really powerful. Why don't we share them with other developers? And so we built our foundation to our tech, figured out how to build the game, how to design systems, how to have clean architecture, how clean project, all these aspects of things. And these ones should be set, yeah. And then we started to sell it, right? Now, not even close to being profitable anyways. But game tech in general is just, it takes a lot longer to sell. But it got us 2 Epic Mega Grants, which was $100K. Allowed us to continue building, but that's the type of thing of you build, and it's like, we built it for 3 years. We could have built we started out as building Castle Day, which was a game jam game. Then it was like we're in that mindset of like an MMO light, like a 30-minute match-based MMO type game, which led us into creating lots of tools and systems. And then we got a mega grant for $25K, and we're like, okay, well, we need to focus on one or the other. Like $25K is not much to really go off. And we chose to focus on the tech, Vertical Third. And so we built that for 3 years and launched it. And so that's a example of trying to break your main game goal down into smaller parts. And so now we have Ruins of Tearyn, that's this online MMO thing that you can playtest. And it's only been alive. We've only been working on it like less than part-time for a year and a half. But it's because we have those 3 years of systems being built for Vertical Third. Beautiful. All right, so um, we have stagger implemented. Now we need to make it so they take more damage during stagger. Oops, what did I just do? I shrunk all my shit down by accident. All right. So let me swap over to a different essential mix. All right, so in the stack component, so tabs. So when stagger, this is basically the timer for stagger. Or I should probably just put it in the on rep of stagger. And so on the authority side of this, we're going to get the stagger and branch when this is true. We're going to do, I think we're going to get damage effectiveness, I believe. This character's resist damage, aka damage reduction, and damage vulnerability statistic. Okay, so this is not, that's not what I wanted. I think I can just do resist all. Maybe subtract resist all. Do I have resist damage? I think it's just resist all. Let's do like, we're going to subtract like 0.25. And then add 0.25. Alright, it's easier to go to R3 first. Cast my pet. Buff him. So we're hitting for 28, 36, 27, 33, 30. Alright, just to make sure if it's calculating right, we're going to do like -2, +2. That should be like 200% damage. Oh wait, did I? Yeah, let me make sure this is actually toggling. I'm actually like kind of excited to have stagger in the game now. That's cool. It's been something in the back of my mind for a while. Okay, so that triggered. But the resist calculation's not doing, it's actually doing the opposite, I think. Oh, because I did -2. -2, +2. I was subtracting a negative value, like a dork, which meant it's doing a positive value. And so I did notice a change. It went down to 20s. The damage doesn't seem like it's changing. So maybe it is this. Do I have damage effectiveness? Resist damage. What is being changed by resist damage? That's not, I don't think. Damage, okay, so maybe it's right. So let's see if that's the right direction or not. I might need to increase it. 1 minus whatever. So it's a little weird. So I need to actually, in this case, actually do a minus value, weirdly, I think. And then we add, I think that's right. Based on how I'm doing the math at the moment. That went down. And that went up. So now we're doing more, so I need to reverse what I just did. All right, so my brain's a little mush right now. So I have 1 minus x equals damage intake, right? And damage effectiveness is usually 0. So 1 minus 0 equals 1, or 100%. And so if I set it to a negative value, am I clamping? Damage effectiveness, min, okay, this needs to be like -3. That's why. And so if I -2, this is like being really weird in my brain right now. I'm going to do plus on both. -2. Would make it -2. And then 1 plus 2 negative is -1. Oh, we're subtracting. So 1 minus 2 negative is 300%. Why I did it this way, I don't know. That looks delicious. That's for me, right? What? Hey. Trade you 1 gummy for a sandwich. I would love that. 2. All right. I think that worked. So we're heading for 25, 32. Why are we hitting twice there? That's weird. Oh, because I casted the wrong thing. That's why. All right. Respawn. All right. Pet. stagger buff. We're hitting for 24, 28, 31, 103, 106. It staggers off, and now it's back to normal. That was a crit pet. All right. And so now we put this to normal values, like -.2. So this is like plus 20% damage while staggered. And this is revert. Point 2. All right. Sorry, I didn't see your thing. There are chances for the majority genre to change because Gen Alpha mostly like brain rot, low attention span games. They're just the opposite of roguelikes, RPGs, or MMOs. There's some truth to that. But keep in mind. I watched one video where some people are speculating that as people age out of Roblox, they are looking for other things, right? And for smaller Roblox type games, like kind of the friend slop era, that kind of people, because like those people are aging up, and they don't really like that they're playing with little kids in Roblox anymore. And so we're having this transitional phase of people growing up out of Roblox and trying to experience new games on Steam and stuff, right? And for me, like I play League of Legends, we're seeing a huge kind of like great case study for developers is Jinxie on, and I guess he's like a really well-known big streamer for console games or something, maybe Call of Duty, I don't know. But he's been playing League of Legends for the first time, and he's someone that has only been a console player. He's never actually played on a PC before. And so watching him struggle with just like point click RTS style controls is kind of like a really interesting kind of example of what the new generation of players looks like. And you have to kind of potentially modify part of your game to accommodate those players, right? And you look at Alderan Online, which was previously Evercraft. I personally feel like their shot at making a very successful company is we believe EverQuest has great game mechanics. Can we attract the Minecraft audience in the art style and have that similar art style and prove to that audience that maybe, EverQuest is a great style of game, and this whole new generation of people might have like a good handshake of, oh, I like this art style. I play Minecraft all the time. Let's try this game out, right? And there might be a interesting play there. And so don't look at it in any way negative about smaller games gaining traction and succeeding, right? It's a genre of games that they've always been around, but typically the market's been smaller, but now the market's getting bigger and bigger. And so don't become a sour developer of like my game genre is king and these small games are trashy trash games that are below me type thing. If the game is fun, it's fun, and if you're able to make a successful company out of it, don't let like ego or snobbery get in the way of that. Um, like there's the guy that made Paddle 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 that like he could be set for a while because of that game. There's the guys that are like Only Up, made those type of games. Like I'm kicking myself. I didn't make like an Only Up. My kids grew up on doing obbies and stuff. I'm like, someone's gonna make an official obby game and like make bank off it, right? And then there was like Only Up and Chained and all these other things that were like literally just throwing assets in the world, and you climb up with that's it, And I don't know how well they sold or whatever, but it was for the amount of time they put into that and the amount of money they extracted from it. It's probably pretty good. Um, Small games are games just as much as you want to say grow games or grow games. They're all valid. Like there's a whole market on horse games, and it's actually amazing how well they actually sell. And there's people that are making only equestrian games. There's the actual horse MMO that actually had good revenue. And yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Like I have the dream of making a great MMO that can sustain me and my family forever. That's what I want. I just want to be able to build games and just have a nice stream of money coming in, and do these streams and dev streams and stuff, and make a great MMO, have a lot of social connections and stuff. But I know that I need other projects too that might support it one day. And I'm constantly Only Up has a revenue of 4.1 million sold. That's my point, dude. Like don't get all high and mighty and think like roguelikes and RPGs and MMOs like they're like I'm a developer that I will never touch friend slop or whatever. Like don't do it. You might be leaving so much damn money on the table. Like I've been constantly thinking about like how much money Slither.io made, right? That game made bank on advertising, just on their page. How much did Wordle make? The guy made Wordle and sold it to the New York Times for probably several $100,000, if not more. Um, uh, in no way, like don't don't be snobby against smaller games. It's up to you to make that small game like polished and good, and if it's a small game that's interesting, that's impressive. Easy mechanics. That's why everyone says make small games. Look up short hike. I don't know if you know that one. There's a dev talks on this one, and the guy made it in like 6 to 8 months or something. And he did it solo, and he's done extremely well. Lots of those things. The guy that like a Stanley Parable, I think. Like there's like some of these small puzzle games have done well. You look at there's one guy that's really known in the indie space, Jake Burkett, I think his name is, and he makes just like different versions of Solitaire. And he just launched Forbidden Solitaire. I hope it does really well for him. Yoinkers, I don't know what Yoinkers is. I'm scared to YouTube that. Maybe we'll do Yoinkers game. Just Cavino. Nothing shows up. Oh. Just Cavino on Twitch. What type of game is it? I don't see anything on his YouTube about it. Astro Yoinkers. Team up with the fellow Yoinkers in this fast-paced multiplayer CTF, physics-based grappling, cross-moving asteroids. Oh, okay. I get that. Yeah, physics games. Think about the guys that made Humans Fall Flat, right? Their quality level is like so small on like the UI is like almost standard out of the box, whatever engine it came with. You literally fall out of the sky into the world, and it's just grab mechanics with physics, you know. It's like red versus blue. You're in space and you have like grappling mechanics on asteroids, simple capture flag. That's cool. These type of games earn good. A short hike is 3.5 million revenue. Simple idea games can be easily understood and can be lo-fi like Astrobot. It's a big game, but have the same idea. Yeah, and that's why I say like that's why the whole industry, everyone in it, tells the new people coming up, build small games. Stop trying to build the big shit. You know, because and like the only reason why I even started Ruins of Tearyn was because I had vertical third and I already spent 3 years building game tech. Okay, there's a huge caveat on why I'm doing Ruins of Tearyn as a game. And like I said, I have 2 other projects too that are much smaller in scope. Those ones I don't stream at all. Those ones I kind of want to keep a little bit more because like you have to be a little bit careful what you stream as projects because sometimes publishers want like announcement rights and stuff. So you have to like pitch it all to all the publishers first, and when they say no, then you can start like to be a bit more open about it. Um, but yeah, so the twist I'm saying here is the main reason why you want to explore small games is because the vast majority of the industry is always thinking about bigger games. And so there's tons of low hanging fruit out there that new people coming into space can think of. And if you're younger, right, in that middle to between, like I just turned 40 last month. If you're in between 40 and like this new generation of players that are coming out in 18 to 22 or whatever, um, you might have a different perspective than a lot of the other industry that are older. Who's the publisher of Ruins of Tearyn? I don't have a publisher yet. I would be my dream to have a publisher. I don't have one yet though. I'm continuing to build as I can. Like last month, I didn't get a ton done. I maybe developed a couple days here and there last month, because I was working on other projects. I was doing pitch decks. I was looking for jobs, like all these things, right? Um, and then like on the side, I play League of Legends and trying to make I have a Shaco channel that I try and make it as a League of Legends streamer. If I could, fund my damn game through LOL, I will. Um, um, yeah, so it's like, you know, that it's one of those things. Just small games are king right now. They're easier to fund. They're less time invested, required to make. The iteration loop is to find the fun, to create something interesting. Like if tomorrow I could release a game simulator on how to liquidate an airline company like Sprite or Spirit, you would make millions. There you go. Just like on the asteroids, right? Like a weird game, a roguelike built around saving Earth from a meteor crashing into the planet. And every time you fail, the world explodes from a meteor. Some shit like random thing like that. And you're stuck in a Groundhog Day time loop. Um, or like think of like and like use pop culture too. Like you're seeing this a lot. Like with a physics-based game, right? Could you do a Missions Impossible satire for um, a physics-based game? And so it's kind of like Humans Fall Flat, but like you're trying to do these weird missions, and you have to like hold the guy as he like strings down, um, like random things like that. Having good distinct art style can make a normal idea good. That's what Astrobot did, I think. Yep. Um, and the art style can be really, really cheesy too. Yeah, again, Humans Fall Flat. The characters are so goddamn minimal. Among Us, very simple art style. Um, it doesn't have to be super polished. All right, so we need to do a couple things. I need the stagger bar to visibly show. I'm getting sidetracked. So this is the component. I need the player master. Why is stagger update? What the hell? Oh, okay. That's why. I need the AI master. AI master. Isn't the next big game GTA 6? Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's one of them. That's got like over $1 billion put into it, right? But there's plenty of like MMOs around the corner that probably have 20 to $50 million in them. The next Witcher is in development. Like there's I've heard I know the game Outer Wilds. I haven't played it or looked into it at all. I know there was a joke on one of the there's a joke on one of the kind of podcast game dev podcasts I watched, and um, there's there's Outer Wilds, the Outer Worlds, and the Outer Worlds, or something like that. All right, so stagger update. We take the stagger value and we update it. And so what we're going to do is make a branch here. If I guess we're going to have to get the stat component. Get stagger. If this is true, I'm going to make another call here. ROT. I think we'll do set stagger value. Compile, save that. Let's open the stagger bar. Set stagger. No. Yeah, I guess I don't need to. I don't need this. I guess. Hope I didn't lose too much. Okay, that's saved. Okay, that's saved. Oh, wait, I don't need this here. I need this on the stack component. It's a better place for it. Widget, stack component. So that's back down, unwrap, stagger. I'm going to put it here. And if this is true, we do nothing. And then unwrap stagger here. Set stagger. I just use Windows. I don't use Linux. Right, AI master. Okay, so I still need that here. Yeah, I think I can just do this. Get stagger. And then if it's false, we do this. Stagger state. This is all jacked up again. Event, stagger, state. Okay. It's going to be that way. Shoot. All right, I'm going to need a different call for this then. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do it here. So on the stagger value, we're not going to update at all if stagger is true. And then on the onRep stagger, we're going to call to the owner, which we need the character interface to do RT stagger state branch stagger, whatever value. And so components, stagger state. We do that. Then in the AI master, I do want this to be null. And now the widget is set stagger state. On the widget with this value. And then on the widget itself, we're going to set this to 1. If it's true, set it to 1. And we're going to do color to like an orange or something. And then let's get the default color. Does that work if I, no it doesn't. Let's promote the variable. And this is going to be, there we go. Back down to 0. Alright, I think I finally have stagger fully implemented. Of course it crashed, so, oh no. Right, okay. So now the bar is full, taking extra damage, and now it's off. Let's do what R. Stun. Pet. Why'd it go down? Oh, it's going, it's up, I guess. respawn. My pet doesn't kill it. Okay. So we're heading for 30s, 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 40s, 40s, 40s. Okay. Now the weird thing is, what did it go down? Now it's 20s, 20s, 20s. So did I do some math wrong again on the return? How does that work? I'm so confused. 5. I would think doing the opposite here fixes it. Like minus, you take 1 plus dot 2 negative. Oh yeah, we're subtracting. Okay, my mind's fucked right now. You have 1, and we're subtracting 0.2 negative, which makes it 1.2. And then, and so if we do damage effectiveness, which is base 0, and we do plus 0.2 negative, and then we do plus 0.2, we're at negative 18. What? We're at 0, plus dot 2 negative, and then we do plus 0.2. It's 0. See ya, Umbra. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Yeah, we're closing in on midnight here. All right, so we should see 0.2. It's negative 0.2. And 5 seconds later, it should be 0. Oh, I'm a dork. It's because it's changing the pet, so it's working. I'm not comparing to different pet. So if I do this, and then use my other pet, this should be 30s. And it's 40s. This is working correctly, though. I also want to make sure that yeah, I already have it, so I already have the safeguard of we're not adding to stagger at all when it's being messed with. Let me think here. All right, so let's just go to the pet. I'm gonna make the pet do a flat damage. Um, we're gonna make it do literally, we'll say 20 damage. It's too high of a range for me to accurately test this. So 25, 25, 25. 30, 30, 30. Now we go back. Same pet. 25, 31, 31. Oh, I'm a dork. Backstab damage. I have that. I'm taking aggro, and that's why it's doing more damage. Okay. Game mechanics. Remember your own game mechanics. Into 16. Yeah, we'll sit with that for now. So it's working. We're good. We're Gucci. We're working. Okay, so stagger has been implemented. Let's get this going over here a little bit. All right, I don't think any of this stuff. All enemy. All animation blueprints in general. Rogue is misspelled in the Discord. I'll take a check. Little, I'm sure a tiny little oversight. Rogue? Is it like on the patch notes? What? Rogue is fine here. Right here? Right side. Oh, that's the categories? Okay. Oh, yeah, I'll figure that out later. Um, the roles or whatever. How you doing, Noida? All right. What else do I got? I'm doing well. I'm really enjoying my kind of class system. So if you don't know, we're building an indie MMO. This is the Enchanter, where a lot of inspiration from EverQuest and WoW. And we have like our combat system is rotation ruins, and so different classes will have different ways to rotate through them. For the Enchanter, it's a little bit like a combo system, so I can cast my pet with Shift, which is the R1. I can do like a Mesmerize as R2, and then like a Stun, as my R3, right? But every single time you're changing your rotation ruins, you're changing the ability. So even though I have 8 buttons, I technically could have up to 48 abilities. And so if I do like a memory wipe, and now I'm casting my pet, the first one was a tank pet, now it's a two-handed pet, right? And for the Enchanter, every 5 spell casts, you get a critical spell cast. And so now I can cast an empowered, R3 pet, and instead of 2 swords, it's kind of 2 scythe looking things, and he hits harder, obviously. And so he actually lasts longer as well. And that's kind of like and so you have your R1, R2, R3 as the base, but then you have your crit R1, crit R2, and crit R3. So there's going to be a lot of kind of different ways to customize everything. And there's different efficiency levels as well. Like R1s are mana efficient, R3s are like time efficient, that type of thing. And so there's R2, there's a big two-handed axe. And R3, I can do like a big memory wipe. And you can see like the R3s are slower. I haven't fixed the animations yet for R3, but for the Enchanter at least. And so I've been working on the Enchanter a bunch of things. Looks good so far. What are you using for the ability system? Do you make it yourself? Yeah, so I created Vertical Third in the past. It's a product we sell on Fab. And so we have basically 3 years of our game architecture already built. And I have a whole kind of video on what that is kind of about. Here's a video I did on just game architecture in general. And then if you go to our YouTube channel that's Vertical Third, that's our game tech. But then I also have a video on what our kind of tech stack for our indie MMO and what it kind of is. But basically, Vertical Third has like our quest system, our combat, our abilities, our statistics. Like there's a massive amount of systems already complete. Here's my Vertical Third folder down here. And so we have all these different things kind of set up, ready to go. Tons of widget stuff. And then I break down characters into actor components. So like the animation component, crafting, death, experience, graph data, input, inventory, loot, mesh, VFX, progression, questing, scoreboard, statistics, tons of things, targeting, team, for party stuff. And so the project has only been around till we only started at the tail end of 2024. and we've been doing playtests 3 months after launch, after we started the project. And so they're going to be, we just had our April playtest at the end of the month, and there'll be another playtest at the end of this month. And I'm trying to get the classes flushed out a little bit more for the end of this month. All right, so now that we have that set up, I can now go and put the enchant weapon and put the stagger value obviously much lower to maybe, I guess we'll start with 3. And then the proc chance, we're going to put to what? We'll just do 40% maybe. Heck, that seems pretty dang fleshed out. I checked it out on Fab. Might have to look into it more and get it. I just usually end up making my own stuff as I don't enjoy going through documentation too much. Yeah, I know. And we have video documentation. My written documentation is kind of shit right now. It's unfortunate, one of those things that we built something, we launched it, and it's not been like profitable. So I have to limit how much time I continue to work on it. But I do updates. They're a little bit in between. Basically, we launched it in 2022 in June, and then we were doing updates and doing new features. And then in 2023, we got to work for Epic Games. We did the Coursera, the Epic Games Coursera project. They hired us to do that, and that took about a year. It was like 2023 to like the end of 2024. There was like 2 projects we did that in the Boba Shop project for 3D modeling in Unreal. And then I've been unemployed since then. So kind of priority has been work and looking for work and pitching games. So unfortunately, my documentation, as we all know, most tech has kind of shitty documentation, and I am absolutely a culprit of that as well. But the whole point, right? Like the whole point is to have that same relationship as Fortnite and Unreal Engine. And Ruins of Tearyn is being powered by Vertical Third, and we want to make sure that like we're eating our own dog food, and everything we learn from Ruins of Tearyn will eventually have like a really big major update to Vertical Third, and fix bugs, more systems, more features, all these things. And the game architecture video kind of really breaks down, why we're doing what we're doing. I feel like it's the next big step in game development workflows. And the obvious first step was game engines. You don't want to spend 3 to 5 years building a game engine and then start working on your game. And so we feel like the next one is game architectures. And it could be ours, it could be someone else's, it could be your own, it could be a mix and mash of whatever you have already. But the whole idea is a bunch of pre-built quest, combat, inventory, yada 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 systems that have been flushed out, polished, tested, and that's like your foundation for your systems. You can change them from there. Like Vertical Third has every perspective you could probably need, and so you can pick and choose which perspective you want, and then like modify it. And with Ruins of Tearyn, I've done tons of modifications already to fit my custom needs for my project. But there's obviously, we also were on the Unreal Engine live stream with Ruins of Tearyn. and this was like 3 or 4 months after we started the project. Why can't it search work? This was a general overview of our game direction. We have quite a few updates since then, because it was like a year ago, over a year ago. And so we have, on our YouTube channel, we have some shorts that talk about our current systems. And so rotation ruins, we have like 3 major systems. It's the rotation ruins, our map system, which is like camping doing different camps, and you can increase the monster levels of those camps. And then we have Registry of Chronicles, which I can show you right here. It's essentially trying to it's merging questing and achievements together. And so instead of just going into a stupid quest hub and getting a bunch of quests, you just go out and kill a bunch of things, and you get the XP. Right now it's just experience, but in the future it could be skills, recipes for crafting. It could be a bunch of different things. It's also a personal track for your own class. So say you're a cleric and you killed 1,000 undead or something like that, or 100 or 500 undead, then maybe you get Smite Undead as a spell, that type of thing. But right now it's all just XP. And so like you can just, exploration, I've explored 4 places, boom, bunch of XP or whatever. So, that type of thing. So we've figured out our core systems, and I'll just show you a little the main world right now is like the newbie yard. We have two new places or 2 areas, but we have basically our whole tech stack done. So we're really kind of focused on content, and so this is the kind of newbie area you start out as. You kind of start here, and you can walk through. And you start killing some monsters, enemies like animals and stuff here. Then you go into like camping, actual camps for loot and stuff. And this is like the first crafting town. You can craft some stuff. Spider camp, like bandit camp, undead camp, ghost camp, and then orc camp. So I don't know if you've come from EverQuest at all, but we always say like we're EverQuest and WoW had a baby, but we modernized with lots of quality life features. We're not the type of people that want to like not see a night or not have a map. So there's a lot of quality life features that we still believe in. Okay, so next steps right now. I fixed this. I'm trying to think of what next. Yeah, if I hit my map, you can see like this is the other world. You can see what type of camps you can do, what level they are, and the loot you can get from them. And then you can actually craft through a metamorphosis trade skill crystals that allow you to increase the levels of those camps. And so and then at certain thresholds of increasing those camp levels, you will get better loot, better experience. The bosses that spawn there will get harder, and get more unique loot, that type of thing. And so we playtest again. We playtest at the end of every month now. It's kind of like what I'm committing to. I don't guarantee like massive changes every time or anything like that, but like we're not published or anything, so we get in what we can, and yeah, we just try and promote to have more people come in, because the goal of the playtest is always, you know, we want to stress test our servers because we don't know where our player limit is. But we've never hit a point right now that breaks the servers. And like we have obviously we're on the Epic Games Store. The link is pinned or whatever. Just make it for Ari. I'll make a pizza. I already have yours. I have one of yours already. Yeah, I mean, if you want to eat, I'll make a pizza. It's fine. Okay. Make you guys food. Make you and Ari food. Start the oven for me at like 400. All right. Let me think. I'm at kind of a stopping point for food, I think. Stagger took a little bit longer than I thought it would to implement. I can give you another example of the combat system. Let me try something. Update. Did that work? No, it did not. Okay. So another example of the this is the warrior instead of the enchanter. And so you have your art. So warriors use stamina, and that's why everything's like yellow. But instead of casting more of a combo system, your ruins rotate as you auto attack. And the whole core of our combat is slow-paced combat. You're not AoE grinding. It's going to be a very crowd control heavy game. So if 5 things are in the camp, you're going to have like 4 of them slept or crowd controlled in some way, and your team's going to take one and kill it one at a time. We don't want you to have the button mash abilities. So sometimes you're going to be just sitting there auto attacking type thing and waiting for the right opportunity. And so if I hit with like my Q, it's just a standard slash that builds threat. And I'll show you when my Q's off cooldown. My R2 Q is kind of a bigger slice, but does a bleed. And then my R3 Q is kind of a double attack that does more damage. Oh, I didn't advance my attack. So now it's the double attack. I'm just gonna kill this thing. I suppose I could just fight the thing itself. And like shift is my shield power. So R1 shift is just an interrupt. R2 E, now big slam. But now R3 shift, damage reduction buff. And then R3 it's a giant slice. So depending on what your rotation rune is, your abilities change accordingly. So there's just a lot of things that we can play with. Another R2 shift, AoE threat generator. R2 big stun on my E. So yeah, there's a bunch of things, and it's getting interesting. So if you noticed, then when they turn red, that's crit, and before it was just your next ability will critical hit. But now I'm getting into I just yesterday implemented that basically I could swap out full abilities with that. So now they're not critical hits, it's critical abilities, and you can change things based on an entirely different ability. We can see I'm trying to introduce like a lot of different animations based on the actual our kind of rotation. So it's, even though you have, oh, I did want to show that just because it's fun. Even though you have, even though you have, what was I saying? Yeah, if you're not having it. Sure. All right, I'll take it. Yes, there's a lot of different things you can play with. With everything. It's been a lot of fun so far. It's a system that's like I'm constantly iterating on it. Every playtest I learn something new about it. I'm like, ooh, what if I change this? What if I do that? And just yesterday I worked on the Channer because the Channer doesn't have an auto attack. It just has a pet cast, and so that's one way of giving that that class something unique and the unique playstyle. And so because of it, I need to have a way for them to get crit, because normally it's through auto attacks, and it turns out that now we're making crit abilities, and it actually adds a lot of value to the game, I feel like. And so this is my death screen. I just like showing that. I'm proud of my death screen. I like it. Da, 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 da. Okay. I'm going to mute for a sec while I eat. All right. I think I'm just gonna take a break. I'm gonna chill for a bit. Stream for 4 hours now. I think I did an hour or two earlier today. Some of these things took a little bit longer to integrate. Put my class back to Enchanter. I think my mic's on, right? Yeah. All right. Pet. Stagger buff. All right, now it's like really low stagger, so yeah. This works well because the stagger, obviously class like a warrior is going to start doing a lot of stagger mechanics in their attacks. Trying to think if I want to do something simple. No, I think I've lost my mojo for the night. I did get a lot in. Implementing stagger took a little bit of time because I had to update every single animation blueprint we have. I also have I need to work on content, dude. I have both League of Legends content I need to make and MMO content I need to make. I'm going to try a devlog, much more rambly style blog, I think. Yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow, I'm sure, at least for a few hours. The Enchanter is taking a long time to do some revamps, partly because I've thought of new systems and new things to integrate. I think my other classes will go a million times faster. But figuring out the crit system, and then so I had to implement the crit system. Then I had to integrate adding passives to characters through a buff or a debuff, because they basically give procs to people. And now I just integrated stagger as well. And so yeah, so this definitely took a lot more time than I thought it would. But it's in, and it's actually, I'm so happy I did it. That's the first class I'm kind of modifying this month. Because yeah, it's going to help me with all my other classes I work on. But thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.